And hello and welcome inside of our AB studios. Alex along with you as our coverage continues here of the True Sports March Madness Tournament. It is Duke and James Madison. 12-5 is our score as Kyle Filipowski controls. And we've got one game. Coming up next is tip-off of Clemson and Baylor. McCain for three. Oh, man. Duke is raining home the threes, and they're up by 10 at this point. And then Grand Canyon in Alabama is next after that at 7-10. Here's Wooden for James Madison as we're right into this game. Friedel rejected by Filipowski. Coming in from the under 16 TV timeout. The scoreboard below is ahead by a lot. And I would say we would try to fix that, but I'm not sure quite how we would do that. As Bickerstaff gives it off to Friedel. Turning around inside the paint, it's up and in. Raquan Horton for two. Now here's Duke the other way with 14-16 to play. It gets to Filipowski. Filipowski lost it. Proctor gets it back, and I think a backcourt violation. That's the case. We're going the other way. Now, James Madison's defense right there, forcing turnovers, just outstanding. Michael Green gives it off to Carey. Horton inside. Friedel puts it up and can't get it. Filipowski the rebound. Roach ahead. Kicks it outside. McCain strokes another three. Too long. Rebound scooped up by Horton. And here comes James Madison coming off a win against Wisconsin. Dish. And I think Jeremy Roach just got hurt. Maybe his wrist or a finger. Doesn't look too bad. And Roach knew exactly what had happened, so he's on the bench holding his hand with the athletic trainer tending to him. Roach is in some serious pain. First one at the line is good for Jalen Carey. His older brother played at Duke a few years ago. And the second one is off the mark. It's now 15-8. And here comes Tyrese Proctor. Kicks to the corner. Jalen Blake's into this game for Roach. Filipowski saw nobody open, drove, and was fouled on the floor with 13-16. A reach in there called on Michael Green. Green from the Bronx, so he knows exactly where he's at. This game's in Brooklyn, one of the 5 boroughs. So he is the hometown kid. Everybody else from, not New York. On Duke's side, it's Jalen Blakes, who's from Somerset, New Jersey. Blake was talking about the Somerset Patriots yesterday. Somerset, New Jersey's around where Studio B is, as Filipowski gets it from McCain. Filipowski, 10 to shoot. Turns around, kicks outside, catch and shoot. Blake's off the mark for three. Rebound tipped around and out of play. Sean Stewart gives to Proctor for three. Splash! The second effort, and Duke in the lead by 10. They have come out firing and have shown intensity that they typically don't show, at least in the big games that I've watched, in the last 3 that they've had. Sean Stewart fouls. Kyle Filipowski is from from near Westtown, New York. So I'm sure he likes playing where he is. And Ryan Young from Stewartsville, New Jersey. Couple guys in close, as that one is good for Horton. Terrence Edwards Jr. will check back in. He is known as Fat Edwards, his nickname. So they are taping two fingers together for Roach. And it seems, though, as if once they were able to work on that left pinky, he was able to feel a lot better. Yeah, he might have dislocated it, which is funny enough because I actually injured my left pinky. It hurts. And it doesn't make sense why it hurts because it's just a pinky, but it hurts. Here's a three. Proctor. Good! Look at Duke from downtown. It's now 21-9. Here's Green ahead for James Madison. It's kicked into the corner. Horton to Al Marty. Swung around. This is Green. He'll kick it inside. Carey posting. Lost it. Stolen by McCain. McCain plays it forward. Proctor a fake. McCain for three. Bang! Look at Duke! On fire! James Madison forced to call time out. This team is rolling. We're back in a moment. Here on True Sports, it's all Duke right here. ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips says ACC is 6-0 right now, including not including, the loss from Virginia in the first 4. ACC was not thought of as a top conference, and look at them. ACC was, did I say 6-0 in the first round? I apologize. I think 4-0 in the first round as McCain missed it, and they've now got a couple losses. Virginia had their loss in the first 4, and NC State lost in the second round. North Carolina won, though, and we'll see if Duke can win. They're looking like they're going to win right now. Here's Proctor. As we're back from the under 12, Proctor throws it up, and it's a circus shot that doesn't fall. The rebound by Horton, and the Dukes push ahead. Here's Edwards on the drive, lost it, got it up and in. Losing the ball made the illusion that Duke doesn't really need to defend, I guess, and it worked out. It's Fat Edwards. There is his nickname. Here's Proctor. 10:40 to play. Proctor on the drive, kicks out. Roach, catch and shoot. No, too long. As it goes off the back of the iron, the rebound by Brown. The back of the rim, I should say. Here's Green on the drive. Good bounce pass, and it's up and in by Jalen Carey. Michael Green, the third, with the assist. Here's Proctor. He'll push it ahead. Jared McCain gives to Mitchell for Duke. 24-13. We'll see if the Dukes of James Madison can start a comeback. Here's a put-up by Roach. In and out. Rebound scooped up by Carey. Here's James Madison the other way. Brown kicks it around. Edwards getting from Horton. Defended by McCain. Screened by Carey. Edwards now on the mismatch. Defended by Filipowski. Edwards drops back. Kicks it. Horton goes inside. Carey on the mismatch. Defended by McCain. Now double team. Kicks out. Horton to the corner. Open for 3. Shot clock winding down. 3 ball. Short as Edwards took way too long and allowed Filipowski to come out. Here's McCain for Duke. He'll kick. Filipowski. Back to McCain. McCain drives, lays it up, and in. A silky smooth lay there. Here's Michael Green for James Madison. McCain with 14 and 13 for James Madison. I think you may need to go back down to Carey if you're Wisconsin and go aggressively to him. Here's Edwards. Behind the back, driving on Filipowski. Steps back, puts it up. Edwards can't get it. Rebound by McCain. 5 on 4. If you're Duke, you gotta go. Here's Mitchell, defended by Carey. Puts it up. He's blocked. Here's James Madison the other way. Edwards puts it up. It's good. Here's McCain. Good pass. Filipowski with the slam. Four points for Filipowski as Michael Green controls. Now Brown kicks outside. Carey, a fake pass. Open for 3. Too long. Rebound by McCain. Duke is 6 of 11. Here's McCain for 3. It's good! Duke by 16! Here's Green on the drive. Puts it up and in. And McCain is fouled. Look at this. Great patience. Good pass. And Filipowski slams it. We're back in a moment. All right, not Lisa Byington, but excuse me, the head coach of the James Madison Duke saying Duke is playing well, but it's on us. Right, it's not just him. Jared McCain has 17 points. James Madison as a team has 17 points. This TikTok star is dominating. Here's McCain. He was double teamed. Gives to McCain. Excuse me, I should have said Proctor gives to McCain, and McCain is fouled. With 6:26 to play. Here's McCain at the line. Knocks down his first. He's got one more. As he got it. It's got 2.4 million TikTok followers, which we know Ian Eagle did his research because that's the second time he's used that stat today. This is a put up. Noah Friedel puts it up. It's out. Rebound tipped around and scooped up. So you know how they have in the tournament, they've got the Charles Barkley locks, you know, in the NBA playoffs. So they're doing that with Seth Davis now, and he's yesterday his lock was wrong. Today it's Grand Canyon. So let's hope. I actually am rooting for Grand Canyon today, so we'll see. It's a full party in there, some cheerleaders. It looks exactly like the Chuck one. The Chuck one just got out of hand at some point, so I'm sure this one will get out of hand at some point. But here's TJ Bickerstaff. He'll inbound it to Michael Green. Bickerstaff gets it right back. And a foul, I think, on the screen by Bickerstaff. I think Proctor did something. Oh, my. The dream is a very positive one for Duke right now, as they, of course, hope to get to the national championship, as we're on the road to the national championship. And, you know, you wonder why I wouldn't say the road to the Final Four. That's copyrighted by March Madness, so we go with the road to the national championship. As that one is off the mark from Friedel and scooped up by McCain. Here's Proctor, who will bring it ahead. He'll give it inside. Picked up by Young. Good find to McCain. 5:22. McCain kicks it out. Here's Jeremy Roach. Roach on the drive, defended by Bickerstaff. Kicks out. Catch and shoot. Proctor for three. No good. Rebound scooped up by Ryan Young. The transfer for Northwestern is fouled. Speaking of Northwestern, they are the next team to play there in Brooklyn. All right, so Young's got a couple more at the line. And he knocks down the first. James Madison doing a great job. Young missed the second off the iron. Rebound scooped up by Noah Friedel. And Xavier Brown scoops up the rebound. Wooden, 0 points, 2 fouls. Here's Edwards with the basketball. He'll give it out. Brown to Friedel on the drive. Good bounce pass, and under the basket, Bickerstaff is fouled very hard with 4:49. Sunbelt Newcomer of the Year, TJ Bickerstaff, is at the line as he missed the first, I believe. His uncle, J.B. Bickerstaff, is the head coach of the Cavaliers. I believe his brother is at Drexel. Mom and dad are on hand. I was going to say, I knew that name, Bickerstaff, and that makes sense. J.B. Bickerstaff, the head coach of the Cavaliers. Here's Roach. He'll give to Filipowski. Filipowski gets it off the glass and in as he fell to the ground. Here's James Madison. Here's Bickerstaff. Now to Friedel. Friedel on the drive. Good find as he was looking for Roach, and it's Filipowski who picks it up. He'll kick it across to Roach. Roach outside to Filipowski. He'll give it back from Roach. Filipowski left wide open as he lays it up and in. So with 4:01 to play, we've got a timeout. We are about 15 minutes away from tip-off of Clemson and Baylor. Baylor, getting you ready for that one as well. It's Duke and James Madison right here on True Sports. The Masters comes to True Sports April 12th through 14th. Final 3 hours of Championship Sunday, of course, on April 14th, live here on True Sports, as well as possible early morning rain delayed coverage and more scheduled to be released as we get closer. Welcome back here inside the studio as our coverage continues. Of course, the chair is starting to sink again. The three off the mic. Rebound scooped up by Horton. He'll get it to Edwards on the drive. Turns around. Edwards with the air ball. It'll work as a pass. It's a Bickerstaff, but I think Filipowski was whistled for a foul. Okay, I think Bickerstaff drew that. There was another note. Baylor going to take on Clemson. Want to talk about that one for a moment. And I think Filipowski called for his second foul. They'll give him 2 shots. A very late call. But Baylor scored 92 points against Colgate in the first round. That was the most ever points by Baylor in an NCAA tournament game. Also, for Colgate, we didn't talk about this, but they've been the Patriot League winner for, I think, 4 straight years, and they haven't gotten a win yet. And I think the Patriot League, and I think a lot of people are tired of seeing them win because they can't win in the tournament. So I'm fine with Colgate because I like Jeff Woodward, but, you know, that's just me. Jared McCain goes back and forth with Roach. It's thrown ahead to Mitchell, who slams it! And Duke is in the lead by 22. Here's Julian Wooden. He'll give it off to Horton. Now a catch and shoot. Friedel knocks down the three. Look at that. The scoreboard changes just as I'm saying it. It's a very quick update. Here's Mitchell. He'll kick it. The drive, and yeah, some contact and a foul as Blakes went en route to the hoop, and I think that's great execution. Well prepared, and then the slam. Send it in, Mitchell. Mitchell really changes the team. Duke, that is. 2:56 to go. We will stay inside the booth to call the Clemson-Baylor game. Supposed to go to the studio. I'd love Clemson-Baylor to start at 6:30 so we could go to the studio and then continue. But nonetheless, we'll continue with Clemson-Baylor and then go back. Actually, stay there because this game's out of hand as Duke is up by 22. Blakes is going to take a seat. Here's Xavier Brown. Edwards, by the way, on the bench. Fat Edwards. And I'm guessing he's going to rest for defense and come back on. Here's Friedel. Catch and shoot. And that's off the mark on the fadeaway three. McCain picks up the rebound. And here's Proctor with 2:40 to play. McCain gives the handoff to Proctor. He'll get it right back. Deep three. McCain! Oh, my goodness! From Curry range, it's Jared McCain! This guy is outstanding. I mean, 22 points, and it's not only tonight, but I didn't realize the hype around him. I knew a TikTok star, but until I called that first Duke game of the year, Duke in North Carolina, my first Duke game of the year, Duke in North Carolina, I didn't realize the hype of this kid until that. Here's Roach. He'll throw it behind the back as it's picked up by Proctor in the backcourt. By doing that, you can kind of get a backcourt violation if you're not too careful. Of course, James Madison, the Sun Belt champion, and Duke, the not champion of the ACC, but they're out of the ACC. Here's Young. Kicks to the corner. Proctor, open three at the buzzer. That's off the mark. And the rebound picked up by Friedel. He'll kick it out. Bickerstaff hands it off. It's Edwards. With a minute 20 to play, he'll kick it inside. As it's into the post for Bickerstaff. Drives baseline. Has it stolen as Young picks it up. Proctor had tipped it away. And we've got a minute to play. And I think Duke will use their use it or lose it timeout. Yep, with a minute and 6 to play. It is all Duke and the Blue Devils. We're back in a moment. All right, well, the push for the playoffs is live on True Sports, April 1 through 19, with the biggest NHL and NBA games as we are on the push to the playoffs here on True Sports. All right, welcome back. 6 3-pointers for McCain. That's the most in the first half in an NCAA tournament from a freshman. Here's Tyrese Proctor. On the drive, 7 to shoot, and he turned it over. It's picked up by James Madison. Good pass. Friedel on the drive. He lays it up and in. Kind of looked like he traveled there, but I guess not. The lead is up to 22. Here is Jared McCain. He'll hand it off to Roach with 30 seconds. Listen, if Roach is really not feeling good with those fingers, I would sit him for the rest of the game because it doesn't look like they're going to need him. Here's McCain. Off a screen from Mitchell. Puts up a three. Too long off the iron, and the rebound to Random. Good pass up ahead. Oh, no, it's out of play. Too far ahead of Friedel. I meant to say good look on the outlet pass, and now with 8.5, it's Duke basketball. Proctor gives to Mitchell. Proctor gets it right back. Screened by Young. Knocks over a James Madison Duke. And here's the pass with 1.7 as it goes out of bounds. With a deflection out of play, I think Michael Green was taken down. I could be mistaken there. I checked that. I think it was TJ Bickerstaff. And checking it now is Julian Wooden for James Madison, as he comes in for Randleman. He's got 3 fouls, Wooden, and I think the size is what they're going for. Proctor, can he get it in? He does. McCain, catch and shoot. Can't get it. And that's how the half will end. 47-25 our score at half. We're back in just a moment to tip off Clemson and Baylor, right here on True Sports. Of course, MLB opening day is Thursday, March 28th. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. from the Loud House as the Braves take on the Phillies in an NLDS rematch. It's all streaming live on Twitch here on True Sports. All right, we are off and running from Memphis as we go to Clemson and Baylor. As we are underway. Here's Jack Clark. He'll give it to Shiflin. P.J. Hall misses, and the rebound by Missy for Baylor. Missy pushes it ahead. Here's Jacoby Walter. Thought about taking the three. Kicks it around. And it's Ray Dennis. Yves Missy, who's dealing with a bit of a rib injury, gives to Walter, who pulls up. That's off the mark. Rebound by Jack Clark. Here's Gerard pushing ahead. The Syracuse transfer stayed inside the ACC. Here's Shiflin up top. Gives off to Hunter. Shiflin gets it back. Screen. Gerard rolls off of it. Take the shot. No, it was wide open. Chase Hunter gets it back. The Hunter brothers, Dylan and Chase, on the same team. Shiflin lifts for three and knocks it down. Every time I do that, I mess up the things. Put them on the wrong side. Jaden Nunn, the VCU transfer here for Baylor. And I think there was contact before the shot attempt. With Hall down low, yeah, I think he turned around and... I mean, listen, Memphis is in for two great matchups today. They're going to get this one and... Excuse me, and then following that, it's the Yale game, right, I think. Here's Jacoby Walter for three. He's got it, and we're tied. No, it's not Yale and San Diego State. This was 6:10, so it's 7:40, which is... sorry, 8:40, which is Texas and Houston. Texas A&M and Houston. P.J. Hall's got two there for Clemson. Baylor, the only 3 seed or better in each of the last 3 tournaments. Here's Ray Dennis looking to kick it outside. Gives to Missy. Driving on Hall. Hall takes the offensive charge. Good job by P.J. Hall to set up and take that. And listen, if there is one player that I just love to watch in college basketball, it's P.J. Hall. Because he is something special. I mean, listen, this is a guy, he's a senior center. This may be his last year, and I hope to see him in the NBA because this guy looks really good. Here's Chase Hunter kicking it around. Jack Clark gives it inside. Here's Shiflin posting down low on Dennis. Shiflin rejected by Missy, who left Hall and knocked that one away. Dennis picks it up. Here's a drive by Nunn. He'll kick it outside. Dennis on the drive on Shiflin. Gets right by him. Puts it up and in on the little mismatch. Here's Gerard. He'll get a quick pass. He's double teamed. Gerard finds Shiflin. Kicks it out. Here's Hunter. Back inside. Shiflin. Good pass down low. Reverse layup is good by Jack Clark. The backdoor cut puts Clemson in the lead 7-5. Here's Jacoby Walter. Now Nunn. Screened by Missy. Young steps back. 3-ball. No good. Rebound floated around and out of play. And Anderson says it belongs with Clemson. We've seen him. I can't tell you how many college games I've called with Dwayne Anderson as the referee. I also... I think it's cool, in football you've got the ACC referees, the referees belong to the specific conference. In college, they're all the same, you know what I mean? They all travel around the world. I'm guessing for regular season games they're not traveling that far, but... Here's Gerard, screened by Hall. Gerard on the mismatch, now defended by Ojanwuna. And I think a foul was called with 15:50. So with Duke and JMU at halftime, we're going to take a break as this one is under 16 to play. Back in a moment. The tip-off continues on True Sports Thursday, March 28, 6:45 Eastern. When Sweet 16 coverage starts, we'll be watching or focusing on the games from Boston, the two East Sweet 16 regionals. But we will, of course, be watching with live look-ins out in LA and Crypto.com Arena. All right, welcome back here to True Sports. 5-7 is our score with Clemson in the lead. And, you know, I took a look at this matchup once it happened, and I was like, this is going to be good, and it's shaping up that way. Clemson is my favorite team in the ACC because of P.J. Hall, and called Baylor a couple times as well in the regular season against both Kansas and Houston. And typically we, you know, call the Big 12 teams like we call Texas, Kansas, and West Virginia in our first year, and we called all of them together. This year, funny enough, it was the Big 12, but it was Kansas, Baylor, and Houston. Jacoby Walter puts up a three. It's a brick, didn't even hit rim. Shiflin, the rebound, pushes ahead to Hunter. Shiflin into the corner. Here's Gerard. But yeah, so we called, the only one we didn't call, which was the final week, I was going to call is Kansas-Houston. But then Villanova's game got scheduled for 2:30. Here's a three. It's good. Hunter from downtown. And Clemson is 2 for 2 from beyond the arc. Baylor 1 for 3 to start the game. James Madison and Duke, by the way, still at halftime. Here's Ray Dennis on the drive. Good pass. Walter, reverse layup, and a push on the baseline on P.J. Hall. That'll be his first. Aggressive backdoor cut there by Walter, excuse me. And Walter grabs his first, or the first, I should say. The U.S. men's play in the CONCACAF Nations League final tonight. And so, remember last year we called it. I was really into that. We called the semifinal, and then we called the final was U.S.-Canada. But that was because last year it was in the June break. This year it's not because of because of because of the Copa America and the international tournaments, the Euros as well. Gerard lets it fly. Clemson is 3 of 3 for downtown to start the game. Oh my goodness. They're up by 6 now. All right, so of course, it's the night session now, so Ernie Johnson replaces Adam Zucker, and Charles Barkley got the morning off. Yesterday it was Kenny Smith who got the morning off, as this is slammed by Bridges. So Chuck comes in, and his favorite team is Auburn, so he had a whole Auburn shrine for his team when they were playing against Yale, and he comes in, and Kenny is all wrapped in everything Yale. He's got all the Yale merch, some Yale balloons, the Yale mascot, and just making Chuck feel it. Here's Hunter, who puts it up in. I remember it was either a year or 2 years ago, maybe last year, but I think it was 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, that Auburn couldn't make the tournament because they were suspended due to recruiting violations by Bruce Pearl, and it was kind of funny. Here's a 3. That's good, and now these two teams starting to catch fire as Jalen Bridges gets it from downtown. Here's Gerard. He'll send it to Clark. Now Scheifelen. Hands it off. Here's Hunter. 13-11. Hunter swings it around. Jack Clark now. Finds Godfrey. Godfrey. It's the toughest name. Scheifelen bobbles. Holds. Kicks out. Open 3, Clark, in and out. Good rebound. It's up and in. R.J. Godfrey. I love that, the Yale. Oh, that's so smart from Kenny. They just like to bust each other's balls. Here's Bridges. And I think a foul was called as John Wuno went to the floor. I think it was called on Scheifelen. Clemson team is interesting because they've got the guards Hunter, Clark, and Gerard, and then they've got 2 big men, PJ Hall and Scheifelen. Hall is 6'10 and a half. Scheifelen is 6'8. Hall is 238. Scheifelen's 238, right? So kind of do look like the same player, and they're both going to check out at the same point as Chauncey Wiggins comes into this game. I believe the brother of Andrew Wiggins. He chose Clemson over NC State, Georgia, South Florida, and Maryland. Maryland was where Andrew Wiggins went. Here's Ray J. Dennis posting up, and I believe stepping out on the baseline was Caleb Lohner. So it's the second Baylor turnover, as Clemson is forward. Chase Hunter gets the inbound, and he will be the established point guard right now. Gerard is open in the corner. Ray J. Dennis is going to take him. Oh, good play as Godfrey turned it over. Jacoby Walter put 2 hands on the ball, and we've got a jump ball possession arrow with Baylor, so they get the turnover. The other thing that I like is the women's tournament. Second round continues tomorrow, so I'll be watching some women's tomorrow. I always think it should be Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but that's just me. Here's the lay. That's up and in. I understand why you want it Friday, but I think you want to avoid the men's tournament as much as possible. Here's Gerard on the drive. Stops on it. Kicks out. Picked up by Wiggins. He'll send it around. I think this is Hunter. It is. Chase Hunter trying to kick inside and a kickball violation with 11:32. So we've got a TV timeout. We're back in a moment here as JMU and Duke is coming back from halftime. All right, welcome back here to True Sports as we are back from the Under 8 TV timeout here between Clemson, and Baylor. We're also watching the Duke and James Madison game. Well, watching is one word for it. 60-36 the score with under 4:18 to play. All right, so I think they're at the under 16 TV timeout. Yep, that is the case. We are back from the under 8. Clemson 9 for 17 from the field. Baylor 6 for, I think it was 12. Here's Hunter. He'll swing it around. Gerard, long 2. Oh, he splashes it home. What a beautiful little stroke by Joseph Gerard. Walter swings it around. Here's Dennis. Back to Walter. 7:16 to play. Screen by Missy. He'll roll off. Walter kicks it back around. Dennis lays it off. Here's Jada Nunn. Nunn kicks to Loner. Back outside. Nunn with 4 to shoot. Drives. Turns around. Steps back. Puts it up. Can't get it. Rebound by Shiflin. He'll push it forward. Here's Clemson. And Hunter, behind the back pass, is right out of bounds. As Hunter was trying to get maybe a little too comfortable there. All right, well, coming up at 7:10, we'll have tip-off of Yale and Alabama. I'm sorry, I should say Grand Canyon and Alabama. My apologies there. Here's Dennis, and he was fouled. So Ray J. Dennis, who's heading to the free throw line. Let's take a look at our tournament summary. 3 rivers, 3 overtimes. In Pittsburgh, NC State and Creighton with double, and NC State with 1. Not too surprising because Pittsburgh has hosted the tournament so many times, it feels. And whenever Villanova plays in the tournament, and even Jay Wright said it, it's typically over there in Pittsburgh. As Dennis knocks down the first. Clearly not in this case. Because, yeah. Dennis knocks down the second, and we've got a 5-point game. Shiflin will inbound to Hunter. He'll swing it around. Here's Gerard. Now Hunter. Back to Shiflin. Baylor's first game win over Colgate, Clemson over New Mexico, both pretty heavily. Obviously, Baylor more heavily than Clemson, but neither game was really close. Yet Hall, offensive foul, drawn there by Jalen Bridges. And R.J. Godfrey is going to come in because I think that's the second or third foul against Hall. But you see Hall does it once, and it doesn't really do much, and he goes again. It's harder the second time, and yeah, he's got his second foul with 6:16. But that's fine. It's only 2. Clemson has lost too many games this year when Hall has had 4 or more fouls. I think it's around 6 games this year, so the goal is to keep him out of foul trouble and keep him on the court. So they'll take him off for now. Open 3 for Dennis. It's short. Rebound tipped out, scooped up by Walter. Dennis, another chance. Short again, got his own rebound, kicks it out. Nunn swings it around. On the left wing, it's Walter who slows things down. The freshman Jacoby Walter, Big 12 freshman of the year, gives it inside. Misi falls down but can't get it. And here is Gerard up. Oh, there you go. 1,600. Tell me what's your live right now. Nunn on the drive, throws it up, missed. Missy picks it up and slams it down. We've got a 3-point game. What are you looking forward to right now in these two? James Madison, Duke, and Clemson, Baylor. Here's Chase Hunter with the basketball. He'll give it to Shiflin. Ryan Young's contact fell out in that Duke-James Madison game. Gerard throws up a 3. That's off the mic. Bridges the rebound. All Big 12 third team for Bridges. Dennis kicks it. Here's Walter. Good pass down low, but it goes out of bounds. And I think that's the 5th Baylor turnover. Gonna jump in this Baylor game live, I think. This is another tough one. Tell me, what's the line? What's the live line? I think I would go Baylor. I think. Here's Clark. Swings it around, and Scheifelen picks it up. He'll hand it off. Hunter on the drive. Swings it, and can't get the little lay. And the rebound by Nunn. You're up 1,600, so. With a couple games left, you know. It's time to make some simple ones. Baylor minus 3.5. Yeah. I don't know. 3.5 is. The problem with basketball is it's really never a 1-point finish. You know what I mean? It's never it because even if it's a 2-point, 1-point game, the foul game will extend it out. So if you were to take Clemson, you'd be taking Clemson to win, not Clemson to cover, because there's little chance that they would cover at 3.5. Here's the rebound by Jacoby Walter on the missed free throw by Missy on the 1-and-1. Here's Dennis. Now Nunn. Drives, stripped, Nunn, blocked, gives it down low, Missy puts it up, he can't get it, Gerard the rebound. Gerard swings it around. Here's Clark. Now Hunter, step back, open for 3, it's good! Clemson doubles their lead, it's out to 6. Here's Reggie Dennis for Baylor. Hunter staying. They're not switching on these screens. That's helped this Clemson defense. It's worked. Sometimes it doesn't work for teams. Here's Bridges. It's poked away. Gerard ahead. Up and a foul as he went to the rim. And it looks like he may be hurt. We're under 4 minutes, though, to play. We would go over to the other one, but that's pretty much done. So we'll take a break. Back in a moment. It's a 23-point game over there between Duke and James Madison. Tip-off continues on True Sports Saturday, April 6th with Final Four coverage starting at 5:30 Eastern from Phoenix, Arizona. Double games, one of the best Saturdays of the year. It's live on True Sports. All right, so we welcome you back. Bridges hurt his, I believe it was left foot on that drive. And so he is going back either into the locker room or just in an area to, get checked out. And Joseph Girard III is at the line here for Clemson as he knocks down his first. He transferred from Syracuse, as we said, after Boeheim retired last year. Jim Boeheim, that is. And both are good from the line. It's 30-22. Caleb Lohner will inbound, and here's Ray Dennis for Baylor. He'll give it off to Jacoby Walter. I believe Jalen Bridges is right back to the bench. Here's Nunn. Gives to Lohner. Lohner turning around, putting it up. That's no good. Rebound controlled by Chauncey Wiggins for Clemson. Chase Hunter controlling. Kicks it down low. Give and go with Girard. Hunter on the drive. Stops. Kicks it around. Jack Clark inside to Godfrey. Driving baseline. Godfrey rejected. John Wuna with the play. Baylor by 8. They've got to get some points here. Cut that lead down at halftime. They missed 10 of their last 11 field goal attempts. Nunn getting from Lohner. Almost stolen by Hunter. 13 to go. Nunn floats it down low. It's tipped out of play. Last touch by Clemson with 2:18 to go as Lohner was the attempted target. Bridges will check right back in. And I thought they were going to bring out Walter. No, they'll bring out Lohner. Interesting. So Bridges, that offensive foul that he drew. Oh my goodness, that offensive foul that he drew by Hall, and then Hall landed on his foot. Man, that sucks. Here's a put up, maybe just a quick ankle retape, and he's good to go. Here's Girard on the rebound as that was off the mark. Ray Dennis quickly comes out to meet him. Clark swings it around. Here's Chase Hunter on the right wing. He'll step back. Gives it off to Godfrey. Girard catches, gives inside, and a slam! Chauncey Wiggins! And Clemson has their largest lead of the night, and it's up to 10. Here's Ray Dennis, his 7-0 run in the last 2:15 for Clemson. Dennis floats it, it's stolen! Clark picks it up, gives it ahead, to Girard. Girard swinging it around. Here's Clark. Check that. Hunter on the left wing. Hunter a give and go. Drives, turns it over. Picked off by Dennis. Dennis in a hurry. Kicks out. Walter an open three. Splash! Baylor cuts the lead to 7. A big 3 for the Bears. Especially in a game like this, that spot up and shot is important. 50.1 to go. It's driven ahead by Hunter, and he will call timeout. We'll go quickly over to Duke and James Madison as we continue our coverage. Julian Wooden, I think, just knocked down a 3. Wow. Here's Proctor controlling, 71-46 the score, and it is a big-time lead. We are about 15 minutes away from tip-off of Grand Canyon and Alabama. That's at 7:10, about 20 minutes away. No, actually 15. Here's a 3. Oh, my goodness, Jeremy Roach, and I think we've got a timeout because you just cannot stop this team. Wow, Duke is rolling. That is for sure. All right, so we're at break of both games. We'll stay with Clemson and Baylor because that'll come back in just a moment. Talk about P.J. Hall, career highs in points and rebounds against Georgia Tech this year on the 16th. 31 points, 17 rebounds. It was his Best game of the season. These two teams played in the 2023 Asheville Championship, and PJ Hall, the tournament MVP there. I forget what conference tournament plays down in Asheville. And maybe the Sun Belt, where James Madison is from. Hall is 10th on Clemson all-time scoring list with 1,646 points heading into this game. He was third team All-ACC last year. And was the number one prospect in the state of South Carolina in 2020. ESPN ranked Hall number 48 in its top 100 list. He's the highest rated prospect of the Brownwell era and fourth all-time at Clemson, according to 24/7 Sports. Chose Clemson over Virginia Tech, Florida, Tennessee, Georgia Tech, and the hometown South Carolina. So he wanted to go to Georgia Tech. He decided he'll dominate them. When he decided Clemson, it seems like he made the right decision. Well, this break is taking exceptionally long. The winner of this one will, move on to play the 2 seed, who I believe is Arizona. Clemson was one of the best schools in the first month of the season, so if you weren't watching regular season college basketball, you wouldn't know, and I think I've mentioned it about 100 times, but yeah, they have been terrific. Got as high as 13th in the AP poll. Here's Chase Hunter. He'll give it outside. It's fired back in. Hunter gives it out, and the lay is off the mark for good fray. And now Ray J. Dennis will call timeout for Baylor. So we'll take another 30-second timeout. Back in a moment. TSP and the Tipoff presents the Masters Tournament April 12th through 14th. Final round coverage for the final 3 hours here on True Sports on April 14th. And then early morning rain-delayed coverage, just some of the highlights. More of that plan to come out shortly. As we welcome you back, and coverage continues here. 33 seconds remaining. Referee talking with the basketball, talking to I don't even know who. Jared McCain. They have the hot, the cold, and the neutral. He is hot from everywhere beyond the arc. What are you supposed to do? Here's Ray J. Dennis. I don't think he'll have to play the rest of the game. They've got 13 made three-point field goals, while James Madison has 15 total made field goals. Ray J. Dennis holding for the final shot. Shot clock down to 10. There's about a 6-second difference between shot and game clock. Dennis kicks it at the buzzer. Walter can't get it. Rebound scooped up by Godfrey. He'll push it ahead. Hunter at the buzzer. Bang! From downtown, Chase Hunter extends the lead for Clemson out to 10. Look at this at the buzzer. Hunter with the hesitation and then puts it up with .5. The buzzer sounds, and you can tell Ray J. Dennis knew it was going in. What a shot for Chase Hunter. And Clemson leads 35-25 at half. All right, we are back in just a moment as we'll finish out James Madison and Duke. Alrighty, welcome here to True Sports. Alex along with you. Halftime of Clemson Baylor. We'll finish out JMU and Duke for you, but we'll head over to Grand Canyon and Alabama as our coverage continues. A great atmosphere in Spokane as all the Grand Canyon fans are loving what they're seeing, I'm sure. All right, let's get to that game here in just a moment. Right now, we'll talk about Duke and James Madison. They're up 90-53. Of course, a huge lead for the Dukes. For Duke. So Duke is the better Duke, as opposed to the James Madison Dukes. All right, let's get off to this one. Alabama with the possession arrow. It's Grand Canyon with the basketball. Here's a kick out and a three. Off the mic, rebound, scooped up by Mike Sears, and here comes Alabama. 15-28, Sears lays it off. A catch and shoot, three. Off the mark, rebound, scooped up by Tyon Grant Foster, the transfer from DePaul. He'll put it up, that's off the mic, rebound by Sears. 6-3 our score. Sears on the drive, had it stripped, gives it baseline. That's up and off the mic for Grant Nelson. Nerves a little bit as both teams can't hit a shot, it seems. And then there's a foul called, so that is under 16 minutes to play. We will head over to James Madison and Duke to finish that one out. 41-40 is our score. The Battle of Duke against the Dukes. It is the non-plural Duke who will win. Spencer Hubbard will dribble it out. 30 seconds, 12 on the shot clock. Here's a screen by Hubbard. Trying to step back, and I think a reach-in foul with 21 seconds. Duke in the bonus plus, so Hubbard at the line for two. And Duke is was certainly ready to go. Here in the South, Hubbard from Los Angeles misses his first. Unfortunately, not able to go to Los Angeles because Duke is in the South region. They'll have to go down to Dallas. Los Angeles is the West. And Hubbard in and out and back in. Gets the second. It's 93-55 with 19 seconds to play. Here is Green bringing it ahead. He'll give it off. Wooden, a deep three. It's an air ball, and they'll let it go out of play with 7.4. Some whistles blowing as I think we're just waiting to end. I would imagine that John Shire has to feel relieved. Michael Green will check out. Here's the inbound to Hubbard. The clock will run out. And Duke is dancing to the Sweet 16. The Blue Devils knock off the Dukes of James Madison. And it's 93-55 from Brooklyn, all Blue Devils. As Duke advances to Dallas. We'll be back with you in just a moment to continue coverage. Grand Canyon, Alabama, Clemson, and Baylor next here on True Sports. Push for the playoffs here on True Sports is live from April 1st through 19th. Some of the best games in the NHL and NBA leading up to the playoffs are live streaming on Twitch. This is the push for the playoffs. All right, welcome back here to True Sports. We just watched Duke knock off JMU. They're on the far right of your screen, and we're going to go over to Alabama and Grand Canyon. Still a 6-3 game where we left it, heading into the under 16. And I think right now there's a review underway for a possible flagrant foul because of the nosebleed from Moore of Grand Canyon, the MAC champions. Quick check at the monitor for the officials, but I didn't think they saw anything, and it doesn't sound like they did, so we will play on. Just have 2 games remaining. Houston, Texas A&M, San Diego State, Yale after UConn and Northwestern tips. It looks like it'll be a 7:50 tip. Maybe 7:52 exact. We'll get you that time in a moment. All right. Here is Sears. He'll give it inside. Pringle, I think, is fouled en route to the hoop. Appreciate the follow, Jugs. 37. All right, so a couple shots at the line for Pringle with 13:53 to play. Pringle has his first, and Alabama leads 7-3. Of course, if you're just joining us, we're watching the game that has the live on it, but you can see the scores on that bottom score bug. When Northwestern and UConn starts, that'll be on the far right, and as the games continue, the score bugs will move to the left. All right, so they're working on Colin Moore, who is getting his nose plugged, who had that review, and we're back to action nonetheless. Here's Sidney Curry. Check that. I think it's Javon Blackshear who drove and was fouled. I don't think it was a shooting foul, but they might have called it a shooting foul. I think they possibly could have. The next one from here, and here being Spokane, is San Diego State and Yale, and then Texas A&M and Houston is after Clemson and Baylor. Here's the inbound. It's last touch by Grand Canyon, so it'll stay, or last touch by Alabama, excuse me, so it'll stay with Grand Canyon here in the offensive end. Alabama defense, first round versus Charleston, held their opponent to 34 in the first half and 62 in the second half. High-scoring game to say the least. Here's Javon Blackshear. He's controlling the point for Grand Canyon. 13:21 to go. Blackshear kicks it back across. Grant Foster with 3 to shoot. Puts it up and knocks it down. So good. The WAC Player of the Year, Tyon Grant Foster for Grand Canyon. It was pure. He was 0 for 4 before that one. Sears kicks it outside. Gets to right cell for Alabama. Now a dribble drive by Sears to the basket. He lost it. It's tipped around and scooped up by Grand Canyon. So an empty possession for Alabama. Here's Grant Foster ahead. I think he's going to go ISO. No, he kicks it out. Blackshear at 3. Blocked! Oh my goodness! Grant Nelson elevates as he ran out there to block that from Blackshear. Look at the ground he covered, and that vertical from Nelson must be outstanding. The transfer from North Dakota State. Grant Nelson from Devils Lake, North Dakota, the senior, 6'11", 230. Really got up there. Here's Grant Foster. He'll fire it into Blackshear. 14 seconds to play. Blackshear kicks out. Open 3. Off the mark there from McLaughlin. And the rebound scooped up by Alabama. 7-5 the score. Here's Aaron Estrada. He'll kick it outside. Right sail controls. 12 to play. Right sail turns on the jet. Stops. Puts it up. He's blocked. Grand Canyon all over it. And there's a little extracurricular activity. I think the block was made by Ray Harrison. Grand Canyon knocked off St. Mary's on Friday, and they're trying to knock off Alabama here. No doubt about it. They really can fly. As long as this stays as a great game, this will probably be the last game here on True Sports that will finish, because I imagine Northwestern UConn will not be a good game. Here's a three. It's an air ball. Estrada gets the rebound as that was kept in. Great play by Nick Pringle, but it's blocked. Here's Grand Canyon ahead. Rising up for three is Grant Foster. Bang! Bang! Grand Canyon in the lead. They've got another watch party in Phoenix. That's sold out, and they are jumping, as well as the watch party that's on hand to watch this one. The Grand Canyon fans are loud and happy. It's 8-7 Grand Canyon. Timeout, Alabama. All right, welcome back here to Two Sports. Sorry about the extended break. 7:55 to, 8:10 to go here in the first. And this one, be watching Clemson and Baylor coming down the line. Actually, let's go over to Clemson and Baylor as Northwestern and UConn tip-off is set for 7:55 now. Pushed it back. And there you go. All right. I think Jacoby Walter just made an outstanding play. PJ Hall is going to check in. He just ran into the ref. He was waiting for head coach to tell him who to replace. In the freshman of the year in the Big 12, Jacoby Walter is at the free throw line to convert the and one. He does not, he missed it. Shaflin with the rebound. And there's Dylan Hunter ahead for Clemson. Hall, only 6 points, but 3 fouls. That is a concern. Here's Shaflin on the drive, kicks it. I believe that's Clark. Inside to Hall, he was certainly fouled. And there was a foul caught. I mean, maybe Bridges got all ball because he was complaining very heavily, but the officials called a foul. Let's see. Yeah, I thought he was fouled, and then that first reach-in, I thought for sure. But, I mean, maybe if Bridges got ball, then that would be a foul. As PJ Hall is to the line. His parents are in the house. His father, a longtime head coach in the state of Indiana. Nervous moments. Of course, Hall gets the first. I'm sorry, not PJ Hall's parents. Brad Brownell's parents, the head coach. His father was a longtime head coach in the state of Indiana. I don't know why I was saying Paul. Like I knew I was saying, sometimes that happens. But Brad said he loves spending time with the kids. All right, 6 for 7 from the free throw line is Clemson this half as it's now 53-43. Here's a three from Bridges. They needed it, can't get it. Walter the rebound. Ray J. Dennis. He can't get it. Missy tips the rebound. Apparently someone stepped out of bounds and we're going the other way. Baylor is now 4 of 14 from beyond the arc. All right, here's the inbound. It'll get into Chase Hunter. Now PJ Hall. Hall turning around inside the paint, lost it. Had it taken away by Bridges, Dennis kicks it. Not a three. Oh, he can really hit them at big moments. Last touch called on Shaflin, so it'll stay with Baylor. Shaflin didn't like that call. I don't think that was the right call, but let's see here for PJ Hall how he lost that ball. A good tip by Dennis, actually, and then Bridges picked it up. Hall with 2 turnovers now, 7 points, and Baylor just not a great shooting team from outside. Here's a three for Walter. He can't get it, and they can't knock down a three as Walter fell to the ground. No foul was whistled. Here's Dylan Hunter. Now PJ Hall gives it to Chase Hunter, both on the court. Chase rises up and knocks it down. The Clemson lead out to 12. Really, Baylor has not been able to cut it back down yet. Here's Ray J. Dennis. He'll give it off to Bridges. Now none. Dennis spots up for three. Splash! And then a whistle off the ball. They're gonna call the three good. The three would have to be in the air prior to that foul on the floor. And it looks like that's the right call. Yeah, it will indeed count. And bad foul by Chauncey Wiggins, who they're giving to PJ Hall, who has his fourth. So it definitely wasn't Hall. And I think it may have just been a mistake. We'll update you in a second. Here's Walter. He'll give to Missy. Now a three. No good for Dennis, and the rebound scooped up by Godfrey. PJ Hall would have 4 fouls if it's called on him. With 8 and change left. I don't know. Here's Gerard. Now Godfrey puts it up. Got it! That's Gerard getting it back from Godfrey and knocking down the mid-range jumper. He's got 11 now. So I don't know how the rules work, but I would imagine the refs would review at the under 8. Here's a foul called on Wiggins, I believe, is either Wiggins or Hunter as they put their shoulder into Walter, who went to the ground. It's Clemson in the lead by 11 as they are rolling here in Memphis. Let's go back out there to Grand Canyon and Alabama. From a much different West Coast Spokane arena. All right, so here comes the inbound. It'll get into Diabate. He'll swing it around. Here's Sears. Kicks it outside. Whitesell a 3. Short. Rebound scooped up on the offensive glass. And the miss by Diabate. And then he can't get it as it's rejected. And we're going the other way. Wow. Alabama is 2 of 12 in layups this game. Let's take a look at this one. The rebound by Diabate takes a dribble. Oh, and Grant Foster elevated to block it. 5 blocks, for Grand Canyon. 4 for Alabama. 9 total in the game. A lot of rim protection today. Harrison from the mid-range. That's off the mark. By the way, the officials are confirming that PJ Hall foul right now, as head coach Brad Brownwell is there to help out the officials. So I think they ended up figuring things out because that would have been pretty big. Wrightsell just went down hard as McLaughlin, I think, elbowed him in the face on the follow-through from 3. There should be 3 shots at the line for McLaughlin. First, they're going to tend, though, to the downed Alabama Crimson Tide player, who is Latrell Wrightsell Jr. He missed 4 games earlier this year, and in the first-round game, he had a nasal injury. Took the hard foul on the baseline offensively, and then here on the defensive side, they're going to review it just to make sure that it's not intentional. But anyways, he missed those 4 games due to concussion earlier this year. That was should be 3 fouls from McLaughlin, as McLaughlin lands on Wrightsell's foot. This is certainly not flagrant, and hopefully not an offensive foul either. I don't know what the original call was. Yeah, okay. So they're going to review for a flagrant on McLaughlin, on Wrightsell, even though he's hurt. I'm imagining because it should have been a foul on him in the first place. All right, well, we'll sort this out and be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back here to True Sports. UConn and Northwestern is underway as our coverage continues here. We not exactly sure if Nate Oates got a technical foul or what happened. As Harrison knocks down both. Oh, okay, so somebody on the bench threw a clipboard on the floor and got a technical. Obviously, that's always going to be a technical foul, but I don't know if I've ever heard a team doing that. I've called a lot of college basketball, and Robbie Hummels saying the same thing. He calls about 7 games each week. All right, so we're waiting on the officials figuring things out. Go back over to Clemson and Baylor to finish things out, but that game is pretty much over. First one is good by Brennan. Duke Brennan at the line, the sophomore forward from Chandler, Arizona, 6'10", 250. Transfer from Arizona State. And a new career best 16 boards against Utah Tech February 15th. He's not near that, but that's wild, 16 boards. Here's Estrada. He'll hand it off. Ryland Griffin. Give and go with Wague. Griffin gets it back. Here's a drive. Griffin puts it up, and he's fouled as he draws it with 4:20 to play. UConn up early, 7-0. Remember how early and high they went up against Stetson in round 1 last Friday. Oh, my goodness. The guy threw the clipboard. It was Pringle, actually, who threw it. And I don't know why he has a clipboard, but he threw it, and obviously he got teed up. Why did he do that? I don't know. Why did he have a clipboard? I don't know. Like, why did the player have the clipboard? Your guess is as good as mine. Here's Ray Harrison. He'll swing it around. Grant Foster drives, lost it, puts it up, and gets the roll. Tyon Grant Foster puts Grand Canyon within 1. Driving baseline is Pringle, and he's got it up and in. Check that. I think that's Aaron Estrada. It is. And that's his second field goal of the game. Of course, CBS done for the first and second rounds, so True TV gets this final game that would typically be on CBS between Northwestern and UConn. Here's a step back 3. Harrison, that's no good. Rebound picked up, and the turnaround jumper is good. 6 points for Gabe McLaughlin now. Here's Mike Sears. Drives, kicks outside. Good catch, and then now the drive by Griffin, and he's got the 2. 7 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist in the last one. Or check that, in the SEC quarterfinal that they played before the tournament. In the last one, he wasn't all too great. Foster pulls up for 3. Splash! We are tied! The DePaul transfer, Tyon Grant Foster ties the game. Only 2 3-pointers, both from Grant Foster on the Grand Canyon side. Here's Estrada. Coming off a screen and pulled down was Grant Nelson, and surely a foul was whistled on Colin Moore. Yeah, he started complaining, and that's not quite the one you want to complain on. Those two are tied at 28, so we'll take this moment to go back over to Clemson and Baylor, as that is up and in at 61-55. A close game alert there for Clemson. The senior guard's got to take over this game here for Clemson. Big possession here. As that one goes inside, I think he was blocked. Hunter, that is. 3:56, I believe that takes us to the under 4. So both games at the under 4 TV timeout. And I guess we'll go over to UConn and oh, that's that timeout too. We'll be back in just a moment here on True Sports to continue Clemson and Baylor, a 6-point game now. The Masters on True Sports continues April 12th through 14th as the Masters tournament is live. Not continuing, but is live. Final round coverage on Championship Sunday in the final 3 hours live on True Sports and the Tipoff. MLB opening day, the first pitch for a new season starts on Thursday, March 28th at 3 p.m. Eastern. As the Braves take on the Phillies, it's all live on Twitch on True Sports and Philly Sports Breakdown. All right, welcome back here as we're going to the close game alert, and that is Clemson and Baylor, 61-55 the score. And Clemson and the Tigers are at the line, and Chase Hunter, 85.1% on the season from the charity stripe as he knocks down the first. Expected this one to be a good game. Maybe not Clemson in the lead, but Clemson is in the lead. The father of Brad Brownwell holding a paper, and you know, I would imagine it's one of these boards that I have or something like that, just to check all the stats and stuff like that. And I love that, you know, going to the game and getting all that information because he's a former coach. Here's Dennis. He'll deflect. It's deflected to none. Oh, John Wuda with 12 on the timer. Here's Dennis on the drive. 3:33 to play. Dennis fades away and gets it. 6-point game. A sweet move there. By the way, both teams are shooting the full way. I believe the inbound went into Clemson, and then Hunter was trapped, so Clemson calls timeout with 3:25. All right, we're back in just a moment. Actually, check that. We'll go over to GCU and Alabama really quickly. as Alabama is in the lead 31-28 with a minute 50-ish to play. Here is Grand Canyon up ahead. I believe that is Blackshear. It is, bringing it ahead. He'll give it off to McLaughlin. Now swinging it around is Colin Moore. He'll kick it outside. Grant Foster steps back, puts up a three. That's off the mark, but he's got 3 shots at the line as he was fouled. Ray J. Dennis's father at this game as we head back to Clemson and Baylor. Here's the inbound coming from the baseline. It'll get to P.J. Hall. He'll give it to Gerard. Gerard is trapped. He lost it out of bounds. Last touch by Nunn, so it's staying with Clemson, but they've only got 2 seconds to get up the court. Get past that half-court line. We'll see if someone escapes past that line. Here's the inbound. It'll get into Gerard, and that's a 10-second violation. Why not? What? Here's Shefflin. Here's Hunter now. Shot clock is winding down. I don't know. Jack Clark to Shefflin. Hall putting it up. That's off the mark. Rebound. Ooh, almost thrown away by Ojanwuna, and now it's brought ahead by Dennis. Dennis defended by Shefflin. A little mismatch. Dennis kicks out. Nunn. An open three. No, too long. Rebound tipped out by Hall. Scooped up by Baylor, and a foul called on Jack Clark. So 2 shots coming at the line for Bridges. Jalen Bridges, as that's the 10th team foul against Clemson. And that means Baylor is in the bonus plus. Earlier today, we saw Colorado knock off Marquette 81-77, Purdue over Utah State 106-67, and then most recently, Duke knock off JMU 93-55. Indianapolis and then Brooklyn. And right now in Brooklyn, it's that game on the far right. Northwestern and UConn. First one at the line is good, I believe. From Bridges. No, I think he missed it. And the second one is good. Here's the inbound. It'll get into Hunter. Now pushed ahead. Here's P.J. Hall. 13-2 run for Baylor in the last 3:30. Hunter an open lane and a blocking foul on Ojanwuna, which will send Clemson to the line for a 1-1. Look how Chase Hunter comes in and creates that contact. That's a great job by an experienced guard that Chase Hunter is, the redshirt senior. If you're seeing a freshman, that's probably not the play that they'd make there. Hunter can shoot at 87% and he missed. Wait, what? Why would it be 2? I guess they're going to call that a shooting foul. Hunter, with his second, got it. And I guess Clemson escapes. I did not think that was a shooting foul. Here's Ojanwuna, who will get the inbound and push it forward. Excuse me, that's Dennis. Dennis, rejected by Hall. Oh, man, P.J. Hall elevates 6'10.5" from Spartansburg, South Carolina. The center for the Tigers shows off his vertical and doesn't allow that one. Third block of the game for Clemson, 2 for Baylor. We're waiting on a sub, I think. All right, here we go. Here comes the inbound from Walter. It'll go to Nunn, and Walter will get it back. It's a 5-point game. P.J. Hall playing with 4 fouls. Here's a drive, and Hall is done and one. So Hall not only fouled, but gave him the and one, and that's Jacoby Walter. I don't know. When he turned the corner, they could have called it on Clark, but I thought there was no question. Oh my goodness, it's against Clark. So I talk about it all the time. The best officials recognize where players are at. And I think that foul was clearly on Hall, but they're not going to send PJ Hall out in such a big game like this. We've got a 2-point game with 2:17 to play as it's good at the line from Walter. Here's Gerard. He'll get it from Hunter, and I think a foul called down below on Ojanwuna. But again, if we don't have the great officials that are on this game, they're calling that foul on Hall, and he's gone from such a huge game. PJ Hall will head to the free throw line. He's the only one with 4 fouls in this game. By the way, Grand Canyon, Alabama headed to halftime with Alabama up by 8. Hall, 79.1 at the line, and this is a 1-and-1. He gets his first. So they're up 3 with 2:10 left. There's still plenty of time to go. The winner to Los Angeles and the Sweet 16. Hall gets the second, and it's a 4-point game. So here's the inbound to get into Reggie Dennis, and Baylor comes ahead. Dennis spots up, open for 3. It's short. Rebound by Gerard. Clark picks it up here for Clemson. Wow, as he gives it to Gerard, the transfer from Syracuse. We are inside in 2 minutes. Here's Gerard. Deep 3! Oh, it's off the mark. Rebound right to Clark and Clemson. Gerard will get it back. 16 to play. What a lucky bounce here for Clemson. 13 to shoot. Gerard kicks. Chase Hunter now. 8 to shoot. Turns around. An offensive foul. Jeffrey Anderson making that call as Jaden Nunn draws it. And I think we kind of knew he wasn't going to go right. There was too much traffic. The step back for Hunter. Beautiful and pure. All right, now here's Baylor ahead. This is Reggie Dennis for Baylor. Dennis drives on Shefflin. Lost the ball. Kicks it back outside. It gets to Bridges. Dennis turning around, drives, rejected. Shefflin blocks it, and Clemson picks it up. It was held by Hunter. Last touch by Hunter. Stolen by Dennis and out of play. It's going to Baylor. I'd imagine the officials are going to review this one with 1:02. Look at that steal, and then Clark was just holding onto it, and... Oh, no, sorry. There was a foul against Clark. Yeah, he did hold back Dennis. And I think PJ Hall is going to check out with 4 fouls. Dennis, a 71.9% free throw shooter, got his first. 3-point game? No, Hall is going to check in, actually. 4 for Hunter, now 4 for Clark, and 4 for PJ Hall. So Clemson in big-time foul trouble, which, if this game goes into overtime, they may be screwed. Dennis to cut it to 2. Got it. Looked like it might have been a lane violation on Clemson, but he hit it anyways. Here's the inbound. It's just thrown up. PJ Hall with the vertical elevates over Dennis to catch it, and now it goes to Hunter. Under a minute to play. Clemson by 2. We're coming in for a landing here in Memphis. One team will get the ticket to the Sweet 16. Here's Hunter. He'll give it to Hall, and now Shefflin. 40 seconds to play. 7 to shoot. Shefflin inside. Hall lost it, and I think he was then called for a foul, and he is out of this game. The 5th on PJ Hall, and maybe I was hyping up the refs earlier. That was not a great call. Because now Clemson is losing its star players. Somehow, P.J. Hall got called for that foul, and Ojan Wuna never got called for anything there. I don't know. Because here's the problem. If you don't call that a foul, it's a travel. And clearly it wasn't a travel. You would love not to call the foul, but P.J. Hall was the only guy there, so it had to be on him. And he's fouled out with 11 points. So I think Jacoby Walter is going to head to the line. He's 82%, third team all Big 12. So he said on the all-freshman team because he was the freshman of the year, and Walter missed the first. If he misses this one, the ball really doesn't lie. This to cut it to 1. He could have tied it, but he missed the first. Second one, short. The ball does not lie. Chase Hunter with the rebound. Here's Gerard pushing it ahead. And now Clemson is fouled, and it's Josh Beadle, I believe, who's going to the line. Or excuse me, that's Godfrey. It was 10, not 0. And Godfrey is a 55.8% free throw shooter on the season, which is not great at all. 59.4% in his career. So Godfrey, not a great free throw shooter. Yes, it will be his first tonight. He'll have 2 shots, though. If he gets both, it's a 2-possession game. First one, good. 12 for 15 from the charity stripe. It's Clemson this half. Baylor is 10 for 18. The tension in this place is wild. To make it a 4-point game, Godfrey gets both. Huge ones for not a great free throw shooter. Here's Dennis ahead for Baylor. Dennis puts up a 3. Off the mark. Rebound picked up by Gerard. He's fouled by Bridges. That's the second best free throw shooter in the country that is heading to the free throw line as Gerard is hyped up. And I think Clemson can feel it. That long 3 kind of kills you there. I would have rather see a 2. Gerard gets the first with 19.6. Still would be a 2-possession game. They're really showing P.J. Hall a lot of close-ups on him. Gerard gets the second. And here comes Baylor with 18 seconds. It's Dennis in a 6-point game. They need a 3. Walter fakes, tried to draw the foul. Off the mark for 3. Rebound by Clemson and Godfrey. He's heading back to the line with 8.3. And Clemson can taste it as their fans are on their feet here in Memphis. They ran into a bit of trouble, but nonetheless, they regrouped, and the road to the national championship continues for Clemson. All fouled out with 36 seconds left as Godfrey gets the first, and it's a 3-possession game. Can't imagine what Brad Brownwell's parents are feeling right now as they are looking on. Second one, good. And this game is pretty much over. 8 seconds to go. Dennis runs it forward. Pops for 3. No good. Rebound by Clemson. And they continue dancing. The Tigers are through to the Sweet 16. A huge win over Baylor. Clemson is marching on to Los Angeles and Crypto.com Arena. The 6 seed knocks off the 3-seeded Baylor, and the Tigers continue. Second Sweet 16 appearance since 1997. They reached in 2018 as well. Look at this guy, PJ Hall. He got ejected with 36 seconds. But nonetheless, it's Clemson 72, Baylor 64. We're back in a moment to continue coverage here on True Sports. All right, welcome back here to the tip-off as Sweet 16 coverage continues. Thursday, March 28th, 6:45 Eastern, right here on True Sports. We'll focus on the East Region games from TD Garden with live look-ins from Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. Those live look-ins will include that Clemson team that we just watched, who took on Baylor, who is heading to the Sweet 16 in the West Region. First meeting between Alabama and Grand Canyon in the history of these two teams as we head over to this game. So they use the Turner Sports NBA studio for this fast break, and they've got this like floor wrap that I have no idea what it is, and I have no idea how they get it on perfectly and get it off perfectly. Unless, like, this is already there, but I don't think it is. Because they used it for the selection show that they had, that Turner had in 2018 that everybody hated. Here's Aaron Estrada, and a shot clock violation as he did not get it off fast enough. Nate Oates just saying hurry up because he ended up hitting the shot, but didn't get it. I think Alabama thought that they had just a tad bit more time than they actually did. So 38-32 our score, 18 minutes to play. This is Ray Harrison controlling. Harrison drops back for three. No good. Rebound hauled in by Alabama. Ryland Griffin, we're going to focus on this game. This will be the last game here. Quick shot, that's off the mark from downtown by, I think it was Wrightsell. Here's another turnover by Grand Canyon. Check that, it was Stevenson who gets it and slams it home. The lead out to 8 for Alabama. Their defense looking outstanding today. Typically known as an offensive team. They had 39 points coming out of halftime, or was it 38 out of halftime? Here's Grant Foster. He's got the only 2 threes that Grand Canyon has in this game. There's been more taken, but everybody else has missed them. Here's a pass outside. It's stolen by Estrada. He fell to the ground. Good pass. A 3. Sears can't get it. That would have been huge for Alabama. And now an outlet pass is picked off. Oh, great play by Grant Nelson. He'll find Sears, who's ahead. Sears with an open lane. Blocked by Foster. But the 2 will count due to goaltending. Grant Foster is such a great shot blocker, and as a guard, you don't typically expect it, but he's 6'7", and his vertical is just outstanding. Grant Nelson heads to the bench. Mike Sears taps him up because he made a hell of a play on the defensive end. Grand Canyon, 3 straight turnovers heading into this possession. Here's Grant Foster. 16:46 to play. Drives, puts it up, and a foul. I think called on Jared Stevenson. Scored in double figures in 4 games this season. Stevenson. Not all too close from that today. Northwestern and UConn is heading into halftime. We haven't touched that game because UConn is up by 20. 21, actually. Excuse me, to be exact. I like how the clock actually ticks. It ticks at a second. The live clock in the top right corner of the screen. Grant Foster has one more. Clock at 6 seconds to go. Now 5, 4, 3, 2, and it's stopped at 1. For whatever reason, Sam Walters coming in as, remember, we saw Wrightsell out with a head injury and then Pringle as well on the bench. Here's Sears. Drives, kicks it, 3. Estrada, no good as it's short. Rebound scooped up by Blackshear. I don't like these jerseys. You can't see the numbers all too well. Blackshear rolls off a screen from McLaughlin. Now McLaughlin hands off to Foster. 15 to shoot. Grant Foster, 10 to shoot. Was defended by Sears. Gives it to McLaughlin, who struggled to control it. Now he does. 5 to shoot. And a foul is called, I believe, on Mark Sears with 15:59 to go. Under 16 to play. Back in a moment from Spokane. Northwestern Yukon at halftime. We'll stick around with this game. Texas A&M Houston tip-off not until 8:55. All right, hello and welcome back here. We continue with Grand Canyon in Alabama. By the way, I just realized Spokane Arena does not have a Jumbotron, at least to my knowledge. Here's a drive, a pump fake, and a layup that's good for Tyon Grant Foster. And Grand Canyon is back within 7. 19 points for Grant Foster, 7 for 16 from the field. And Harrison called for a foul. 4 personal fouls on Ray Harrison. Grant Foster got that vertical, and he covers a lot of ground, too. I mean, man, just such an outstanding player. And Harrison now with 4, so he's the first 4 in this game in foul trouble. As Texas A&M and Houston is underway. Texas A&M has an early lead. That'll be interesting. Here's Blackshear for Grand Canyon. 10:45 to go. Blackshear drives, stops, kicks it down low. Last touch out of bounds, as it'll stay here with 9 seconds to shoot. Here comes the inbound from Grand Canyon. It's in the backcourt. Picked up by Grant Foster. 7 to shoot. Foster puts up a 3. No good off the iron. Rebound hauled down by Mike Sears. Sears, good kick down low. It's caught and then dropped and turned over by Sam Walters. Here's a pass ahead to the wide open Loke War. And he couldn't get anything going as Ryland Griffin brings it ahead for Alabama. Now it goes back to Sears. UConn is up by 22 over Northwestern as that one is just about set to get underway. Here's the 3 for Stevenson. That's off the mark. Rebound by Sears. They'll go up top and Sears loses it. So some one-on-one action and an offensive foul, and one. Oh my goodness, Grand Canyon, and look at Phoenix and the watch party. They're rocking. I wonder if this is the only watch party because this is the only one that they've shown. So I don't know, that's so interesting to me. I would imagine, you know what I mean? Like they haven't showed a watch party for Texas A&M or any of these other schools. I would imagine to host a watch party, you probably have to contact March Madness to be allowed to show the game to as many people, and then they say, yeah, that's fine, but you got to put a camera there, and they're like, all right, bet. 13 of 25 from the free throw line is Grant Foster as he knocks that one down. It's a 4-point game. Here's a drive for Estrada. He'll lay it up, and another goaltend as they'll score the basket. The second that we've seen tonight. I don't even know if that one's going to go in. That was not a smart goaltend. Right call that it was a goaltend, but yeah, I don't know if you really needed to contest that there. Here's Blackshear. He'll give it to Wurr. Now it's swung around to McLaughlin and Moore. Moore on the drive, 15 to shoot, and I think he is found with 9:12 to play. So another turnover for Grand Canyon. That's their 11th. Head coach of the Antelopes is Bryce Drew, the brother of Baylor head coach Scott Drew, who just got knocked out. Bryce is looking to go farther than his brother for the first time ever in the March Madness tournament. Moore picks the pocket. Kicks it across. Here's Wurr on the drive, defended by Nelson. Wurr puts it up and in high off the glass, and we've got a 4-point game. Alabama wants to use as much time as possible. A wild basketball game that we're watching here. Here's Mike Sears. He'll swing it around. Sears will get it back from Stevenson. Sears drives, and he's got it off the glass and in. A 6-point lead. Here's Grand Canyon ahead in Blackshear. He's got another 20-point game. McLaughlin. Posting up down low is Grant Foster, and I think a foul on Sears with 8:04. Thank you. Look at this play by Sears. His ability to get the angle and then find the lane. And if anybody gets in front of him, it's going to be a blocking foul, and he makes sure of it. Wow, UConn is just absolutely dominating. Eighth straight 20-point game for Grant Foster. Again, the transfer from DePaul. And, you know, why would he go to Grand Canyon? Who knows? But he's made it work. As that one touches every single part of the rim and drops home, it's a 4-point game. Alabama tonight, 36% from the field. On the season, they are about 48.1. Estrada misses from downtown, and yeah, a clear foul on McLaughlin. And we're under 8 minutes to play. Back in a moment here on True Sports. It's Grand Canyon and Alabama. Final Four coverage on True Sports continues Saturday, April 8th, starting at 5:30 Eastern with a pregame show leading into two doubleheader games from Phoenix and State Farm Stadium. Oh my goodness, what a play, and one. Grand Canyon can tie the game as Grant Foster brings it to the hoop. Wow, this place is rocking. Oh my goodness. They knew exactly what they were doing. Get it to Grant Foster, and it has worked. Wow. Fifth personal on Jared Stevenson. So he is done, and the freshman Sam Walters will come in. Of course, right cell out for the game. The senior head injury. Transfer from Cal State Fullerton. It's a team that I have actually called. March Madness game. I don't even remember when that was. Grant Foster, 23 points, 8 for 18 from the field, 5 for 11 from the charity stripe as he's got it. And here comes the inbound as Ryland Griffin gets it in. Sam Walters gives it to Estrada. Estrada rolls, turns, holding, kicks. Now drives, putting it up, and not getting the roll is Mike Sears. Here's Grand Canyon ahead for GCU, and a blocking foul on Griffin as he tries to get the crowd riled up. 55-55. And I think Griffin has been called for his fourth personal. These players are playing hard, the referees are going hard, and the fans are cheering hard. DJ Carstensen, his 19th NCAA tournament. Keith Kissinger, his 14th, and then another referee in his 8th. So all these guys experienced. First one, good. And Grand Canyon's first lead since it was 9-7. Antelopes coming off of their first NCAA tournament win in school history, and they are trying to keep the Cinderella run going as the second one is missed. And Grand Canyon gets the offensive rebound, but that slam is missed by Diabate. Here's a take to the rim for Alabama, and they can't get it. Grand Canyon with numbers. Grant Foster off the glass and in. Grand Canyon by 3 with 6 to play. An 8-0 run for Alabama. Here's a 3. Sears, no. Rebound, kick back out. And a foul. As Pringle went down, Duke Brennan called for his first. And Pringle staying on the ground, he's like, I'll catch my breath. They're going to go to the monitor to take a look at this, and we'll take a moment as well. All right, welcome back. They'll keep it as a common foul as Pringle is to the line for a 1-1. He knocks down the first. Pringle, a pretty good free throw shooter. This is a very, excuse my yawn, entertaining game. As Pringle's got a second. And he misses. Rebound tipped around and picked up by Alabama. Diabate kicks out. Here's a drive. Sears picks it up inside. Pringle back out. 3-ball. Walters. He can't get it. Offensive rebound again. Pringle. No, check that. A foul call as Sears was upended by Grant Foster. First one is good at the line for Sears at the 1-1, and they'll be on the bonus plus after this one. Got it. No, he missed it. Offensive rebound and one! Mohamed Diabate! Alabama punches it home, and they're in the lead by 1, if not 2. And you've got to block out. Diabate at the line for Alabama, and he's got it. 5-point game. As Blackshear is ahead for Grand Canyon. Blackshear drives on Sears, lost it. Last touch on him, we're going the other way. Mike Sears makes the stop. He is tremendous, Sears, at keeping his body in front of you and forces Blackshear to cough up the ball. I believe Duke Brennan had blood on his leg, so they're going to tape him up, and I think he'll check out for the moment, so a quick timeout. And now Alabama will bring it ahead. Here's Estrada. Kicks it across. Pringle. Finds Diabate. It's up and in. 7-0 run in the last 52 seconds for Alabama. Timeout, Grand Canyon and Bryce Drew. We're back in a moment. It's a quick 30-second one. The Masters comes to True Sports April 12th through 14th. It's the tee-off on True Sports from Augusta National. Back to action here on True Sports as our coverage continues. Close game alert for Grand Canyon and Alabama, of course. All right, so 4:40 to play, and Alabama leads by 2. Here's Estrada. He'll give to Pringle. Now Sears. Sears drops back. Now he's going to drive forward. Good find. Pringle kicks out. Walters catches, drives for the shoot. He's blocked. Grand Canyon picks it up. Tie on Grant Foster ahead. He's not fouled. Keeps his dribble. Still no foul. And now a foul from behind by Estrada on the reach-in. 4:05 to play. Alabama 2 timeouts. Grand Canyon with just 1. Both teams in the bonus plus shooting 2 the rest of the way. And Grant Foster is back to the line as he gets the first. Second one off the mark from Grant Foster, and therefore Grand Canyon down by 1. Here's Estrada ahead. Estrada guarded closely on the left wing by Grant Foster. Now drives, kicks across. It's caught, and the shot by Griffin is either blocked, and then there was a foul on the floor as Diabate was fouled. There's guys on the floor everywhere. Everyone is tired. A very physical game. Whoever wins is really going to enjoy it. It's number 12 and number 4 right here on True Sports. Wow, 61-62 our score, and you can really feel the night setting in, but we've got one more game to finish here on True Sports at least. It looks like UConn has pulled away from Northwestern, and we'll see. Maybe Houston will be able to pull away from Texas A&M. There's still one game to tip. That's Yale and San Diego State, and it's following this one. It'll likely tip around 10:20, which will take it past midnight on the East Coast. Diabate at the line, 43.8 from the free throw line on the season. He's got 2, and he knocks down the first. So last year we talked about FDU not having a band. This year in the Ivy League, Yale, in the Ivy League, you play games on both Friday and Saturday, back to back. So that prepares teams like Yale so well, because you've only got 1 day of rest. So now you're getting more rest here than you do in the Ivy regular season. But because they played their first game on a Friday, that is Yale, and then they have got this one on a Sunday, the Yale band was unable to travel cross-country. So the Idaho band, who is hosting these tournament games from Spokane, has come over and is playing. Last year we talked about Dayton doing that for Purdue. This year it's Idaho for Yale. Here's Grant Foster for 3. It's short, and the rebound is scooped up by Mike Sears. Sears has 24 points. 6th of his career. 3:05 to go. Ryland Griffin gives it to Sears. 5 to shoot. Sears for 3. Short. Rebound scooped up by Brennan. And it's another loose ball, and it's stolen. Estrada gets it for Alabama. Another offensive rebound and a turnover for Grand Canyon. Trying to extend the 3-point lead, but also waste some time is Alabama, as they are in no rush. And I think they blew the whistle due to the moisture that's on the court. The officials call timeout with 16 seconds on the shot clock. We'll see if the Crimson Tide draw up a play on the sideline. North Carolina has the winner of this one. Mark Sears will get the inbound from Estrada. Sears in no hurry, 7 to shoot, gives it off. Pringle finds the cutting Diabate, who has it, and the lead is out to 5. How good has Pringle been, and how good has Diabate been? 3 for 6 from the field with 9 points. Here's Blackshear. Now it's kicked out. Harrison swings it around. Grant Foster on the drive, off the glass, it rims out, and the rebound scooped up by Estrada, stripped by Grant Foster from behind, puts up a 3, short, rebound by Pringle, and now to Sears. That was the chance for Grand Canyon with that steal by Grant Foster. Here's Griffin to Sears. Grant Foster came from straight out of bounds. I'm not sure if that was allowed. His feet have to be inbounds, but I thought you have to reestablish. I guess I'm mistaken. Here's Sears coming off a screen in no rush. He'll drive, kick it, and the slam by Pringle! Alabama by 7. 1:20 to go. Here comes Grand Canyon. They need points here. Foster on the drive. Good find down low, and it's stolen. Estrada picks it up for Alabama. 13-3 run in the last 4:37. Mark Sears is ahead. 20 on the shot clock as we're under a minute to play. I guess you kind of have to play it out, but I would have fouled if I was Grand Canyon. Here's Sears on the drive. He'll put it up, and he is then fouled by Brennan, as the foul will stop the clock. So 2 shots at the line for Mike Sears. What a slam. What a slam by Nick Pringle. I don't understand how this arena is getting... is getting March Madness tournament games. I don't get it. This arena is terrible. I mean, it's bringing the energy, but this needs to be taken out of the rotation. I never understand. Washington D.C. hasn't got it in a while. You know, like, do you have to put in, like, what is the? How does it work, or does the NCAA ask you? Here's Ray Harrison quickly for Grand Canyon. Under 40 to play. 40 seconds. It's picked up by Grant Foster, and he traveled. So at 37.6, Grand Canyon has turned it over once again, and the Antelopes are likely going home. In a 9-point game, that almost ends it for them. Looks like Drew is trying to set a special defense here. Mark Sears will get it into Estrada, and now it'll find Nelson to the foul line. Everyone on the floor is a very good free throw shooter. So Nelson's at 81, and you can see Sears is trying to hydrate there on the sideline. Maybe cramping up. Nelson at 81.5 knocks down the first. And it's now a 10-point game. So I think Sears is cramping up. Nate Oates is going to try and take him out. Yeah, Pringle will come in. I think if this game was closer, we may be seeing a different strategy employed by Nate Oates. Second one for Nelson. Good. And it is 72-61 with 34.9 to play. Here's the inbound. Blackshear will let it roll. Largest lead of the game. It's 11 for Alabama. Blackshear's got to go. There's 5 seconds between shot and game clock. Here's a long two. That's off the mark, and it looks like there won't be a foul. Alabama will continue dancing out of Spokane as they knock off Grand Canyon. The 4 seed, the Crimson Tide, are moving on to the Sweet 16. What a win by Alabama as they knock off Grand Canyon. Final score 72-61 as the celebration continues. The Crimson Tide going to continue dancing. And the Antelopes going home as Cinderella team is out in the second round. And Alabama will play North Carolina in Los Angeles, while Clemson will play Arizona. Those games on March 28th. Alabama tied for back-to-back Sweet 16, or excuse me, in a back-to-back Sweet 16 appearances. All right, Texas A&M Houston is close. UConn and Northwestern is almost out of hand. Yale and San Diego State tip-off is around 10:20. That'll do it for us here at True Sports for the first and second round. We appreciate everybody that's been along with us, and we appreciate our crew here that has stuck around for all 4 days. It's been long. It's been a tough coverage, 12 hours of basketball, but that will do it for us here on True Sports. We say so long from our AP studios. I'm Alex. This has been the Tip-Off Champ Month here on True Sports, March Madness, second round Sunday. Goodbye, everyone.